the spring meet ends, summer success begins. Buy, sell, fresh winners, hot prospects. One night, one chance. Finish strong. Don't miss out. The Keeneland April Selected Horses of Racing Age Sale. Friday, April 26th. Welcome back to Today at Keeneland on this Sunday. Scott Hazelton, Gabby Gaudette with you for the next 30 minutes. Thank you for joining us for 30 minutes of your time this morning. It is Heroes Day today here at Keeneland Racecourse. A lot of activity will be happening. The flag rollout will take place right after race number 4. Henry Clay, Junior ROTC, will presenting that flag rollout. But we welcome veterans and active military members and their families out here and first responders to come out and enjoy a beautiful day of racing at Keeneland Racecourse.
And as always, thank you so much for your service, and we hope you have a phenomenal day out here at Keeneland. The weather couldn't be better. It's going to be hot, and the racing is also great as well. This card is phenomenal, and I'm so happy that the weather has stayed away because some of these turf races, they're head scratchers.
We'll get to the course conditions presented by John Deere in just a moment. Race number 9 is our featured event, and with it being the 9th and final, that means it's the Toyota Super High 5 race, and there's a carryover over $9,900. There's the exact figure, $9,927,000 in the 9th and final. Take a shot at that Toyota Super High 5. Let's go back to yesterday, starting with the Giants Causeway Stakes, Grade 3 Giants Causeway Stakes, and Roses for Deborah did not disappoint. As we will roll this back here for you, the Keeneland grad, Christophe Clement, Irad Ortiz Jr., she was brilliant and looks primed for another big campaign.
Yeah, and his Christophe's assistant even said she looked a little rusty at the top of the stretch, so that just shows you the class that she had. Here's Bout de Cachet taking the Grade 1 Jenny Wiley, another one for trainer Chad Brown, and Frankie Dettori, and they pulled off a huge upset at 25-1.
There's Frankie flying. How many Jenny Wileys for Chad Brown?
7.
7 for Chad Brown. Encino, he kept on trucking down on the inside as the wine steward came to him, but he turned him back. He was the clocker pick, and he went off at 3-1 for Godolphin in the Stone Street Lexington.
Yeah, he broke like a shot yesterday, and he just maintained that forward position. And then here's a look at Royal Majesty, a horse with a impeccable pedigree, a filly by Frankel, a colt by Frankel, excuse me, out of Crown Queen, who was a Grade 1 winner herself. She won the QE2. She also sold at public auction as a weanling for a record price of $1.6 million because of her pedigree. She's a half to Royal Delta.
She is a half to Royal Delta. We got a bee joining us here on the Today at Keeneland set, so he's going to circle over there. Careful now. You're wired up. That's a look back at yesterday. Let's take a look at the jockey trainer standings. He's still lingering.
I'm tethered. I'm tethered to the table. I can't run.
Gaff Leone and Irad Ortiz Jr. are tied with 8 apiece in the jockey standings. Jose Ortiz, he's just one off the pace. Junior Alvarado with 5, and Luis Saez with 4. As far as the trainers are concerned, it's Wesley Ward, it's Brad Cox. It's more of the same here at Keeneland atop the trainer standings. But Belmont having a really nice meet, as is Kenny McPeak, and Chad Brown always does when it comes to Keeneland Racecourse. So the best of the best right now leading the way in the jockey and trainer standings. Is it gone?
I think so.
I think we're good for now.
Okay.
That's the jockey trainer standings. Let's go to WKYT for the Sunday weather.
Well, we are looking at a beautiful day to head out to Keeneland today. We are talking about plenty of sunshine throughout the day today. Warm temperatures as well. It will be a bit windy, but we are talking about those temperatures into the mid to upper 70s. Again, lots of sunshine throughout the day. Pretty much you can't really ask for a better day to go out to the races. So, yeah, a beautiful Sunday ahead across our area.
It's perfect. It's as simple as it gets.
Perfect day. Perfect
weather. Thank you to WKYT for the latest on the weather. Here are the track conditions presented by John Deere. Main track fast, turf firm.
It's insane. I was out there doing the post-race interviews, and given the amount of rain that we've had over the course of the past week, that surface is perfect. It's hard. Even on its worst day, it was probably good to firm.
Did you walk the course this morning? Is that why you were a little late?
I was.
Okay.
No,
I thought you were out walking the turf.
No.
You were right on time. You're on time for the show. Let's take a look at our full card selections. Make sure you download the Keeneland Race Day app. We will have full card selections for you there each and every day. And where do we line up?
We agree on the 4th race, the 7th race, and the 8th race. So a couple of races, several races today. And I think, some of the other turf races are very competitive, and I'm not surprised that we go in different directions.
It's just a bee, Gabby. It's just a bee. It's just circling. Social media at Keeneland Racing on X.
I just wouldn't want to get stung by a bee today. I don't have that on the bingo card.
At Keeneland on Facebook, Instagram, on Instagram. At Keeneland on Instagram. You've got me worried about this bee now. And then FanDuel TV on X. I got stung a couple years ago in one of the bushes here by the sales pavilion, and it wasn't a bee. It was a yellow jacket or what hangs in these bushes. I have not felt pain like that ever.
Yeah.
It felt like somebody stabbed me in the hand.
See, I'm trying to avoid that.
It was very embarrassing. I was with some of the team from the marketing department, and I lost it.
It's good that you're not allergic, too. I don't know that I've ever been stung by a bee, so I don't know.
Let's not find out today.
That's what I'm saying.
That's not on my bingo card for this Sunday afternoon. Where are we at here? We did social media. How about the featured event? Race number 9 on the firm going. This is the Toyota Super High Five race. $1 minimum wager. Over $9,900 in that Toyota Super High Five carryover. Scratch the 2, 3, and 10. I'm disappointed to see the King Curlin's out because he was my top selection. But still, it's a very good race in the featured 9th, the Stonehaven Steadings.
It is. There are horses that, it's kind of a combination of horses that might be doing really well right now that are stepping up in class and horses who might have found some difficulty in recent form but have back class. So you really just have to decide which direction you want to go. How'd you pivot here?
I went 7 over 1. It's 1-7 for me. They're interchangeable. Foreign Relations, who's 7-2 on the morning line. This is a distance horse. We've seen him run well at this distance. He crossed the finish line in front in a 1.5 mile race a year ago here at Keeneland Racecourse, but then it was disqualified and finished 10th. But he immediately backed that up with a grade 3 win in the Louisville Stakes over at Churchill Downs. He's gone 1.5 miles in his last 2 races. Too tough a company at Kentucky Downs, different type of course, as we well know, and we document, especially when we get down to the fall meet between Kentucky Downs and here at Keeneland. But then last time out, he was part of the pace and beaten by 911 Turbo, a Southern California horse who was in very, very good form at the time. So he's off the 6-month layoff. That's a concern, but he's here going 1.5 miles. Connor Murphy, hopefully he's got him ready to roll here today. You have to be, right? You have to be. Ohana Honor on the inside probably ends up being the post-time favorite, getting out to 1.5 miles here this afternoon. And he comes off of a synthetic try at Gulfstream Park. His form has been very, very good over the last 4 races especially. He's just gotten better, the Son of Honor Code. And then the 8-horse Buies. Is that the way we say this one? I believe that's the case. For Mike Maker.
I didn't get a message from Kurt on this one. Hopefully we do by the end of the show.
But the 8, this is Maker's game, right? These older horses going long. His race 2 starts back on the synthetic. I mean, I know he was beaten 5.5 and finished 10th. Fly the W is a synthetic course machine down there at Gulfstream Park. They can't beat him. And then he came back going 1 mile last time out, 1.5 miles. He's got the pedigree. He's got the right guy on his side in Mike Maker, so that's why I throw him in there with Saez. So 7-1-8 in our featured and 9th event.
It was also a mile last time out for him, and I just don't think he wants any part of that. I think it's been kind of a learning process for the Mike Maker camp with this horse, especially his last start. He was really keen and rank, so I think they probably might have made some adjustments and trained him differently now stretching out to the 1.5 miles. But I took a little bit of a shot here. I agree on the 7 and the 1, so I won't get too much into their form because I agree with you on many of those points. But the 4 High Tide was where I landed here for trainer Rob Atras. This is a horse that's just in really good form. I believe we have his last race at the fairgrounds. This was over that yielding going. He loves a turf with a little give in it, and unfortunately the turf doesn't really have a lot of give in it today. I was handicapping thinking that the turf would be good, and so, you know, that's one thing to think about. But he did win 2 races over the course of the winter down there at the fairgrounds over yielding and good turf. But when you dominate a field like this, that's a good sign stepping up in class. I don't think he's going to have any issue with the distance. The question is class, but these are the types of horses I love. He historically in the past was capable of running into the low 90 Beyer speed figures. He's a very nice horse. Kind of went through a lull. He's a 7-year-old, but his last race was one of his fastest races ever. So to me, it kind of seems like a horse that's rounding back into form.
Then you got the 7 and the 1 underneath in the featured event. It's a good one. Boyce is the correct pronunciation. Boyce. Kurt Becker listening and contributing to the show. Thank you, Kurt.
Boyce.
Speaking of contributions, let's go to Tom Leach for more on the feature.
Foreign Relations is an interesting prospect in this mile-and-a-half turf race. Coming off a layoff, yes, but this horse loves it at Keeneland. It doesn't show up in his race record, but he actually won on this turf course. Got disqualified, but was a very impressive runner that day, just made a wrong turn, and then came back with Tyler Gaffleone aboard last fall and just missed by a nose.
You know, he's a very hard-trying horse. He shows up every time. And you look at his form, he's as consistent as they come. But, you know, that day there wasn't much pace. I had to put him a little bit closer. Might have taken away from his finish. He fought hard all the way down to the wire that day. Very credible effort. But hopefully we can one-up it this year.
He loves this turf course.
He does. He's got a great record over it. Trainer does a good job. So all systems go. Let's hopefully we can get lucky.
They're taking blinkers off. How might that help him?
You know, it might just help him finish up a little bit. Last time when he got in that battle, he kind of wanted to just stick with that horse. Maybe now he'll be able to just go on about his business.
Foreign Relations coming off a long layoff, but again, loves this turf course at Keeneland. Boys is interesting in here. He's never been this far, but he's from Mike Maker's barn. He excels with turf marathons, and I did talk to Mike yesterday, and he thought this horse would be really just fine at this mile-and-a-half distance. So keep an eye on that one, too.
Thank you, Tom. Let's get into our key races of the day. Race number 7, a mile and an eighth on that firm turf course, first level allowance condition. This one, part of the late pick 4 and late pick 5, scratch the 11 and 13. The 12, not in a million years, is the morning line favorite at odds of 3-1. The number 12 runner, I'm going with the 7 horse Zip-a-Doo for the Wertheimer brothers and Graham Motion. Off the 2-month layoff, this is a horse that will appreciate the step back up and trip, in my opinion. That last race, very, very quick pace for him at Gulfstream Park, which he was part of. And the last time we saw him here at Keeneland was back during the fall meet at this mile and an eighth distance, and he was able to win by a length and a half. He was the favorite this day. He's had 3 tries since against winners since then, and his best being his immediate follow-up to this effort at Aqueduct, going a mile and an eighth. And then he shortened up in a mile and a 16th races at Gulfstream, one of which was a stakes race. 9 furlongs is what this Go-Sepper filly wants to do. This is what she wants to do out of that Arch First Am. So I'll take a shot with Zip-a-Doo underneath Catmint, the number 6 horse. I think that this filly's live. I think that she is, too, another one suited for the mile and an eighth distance. She can show some speed. She stretches out after shorter distance races. She's 20-1 on the morning line. Don't sleep on Catmint.
That's crazy. We agree on the exacta here.
And Last Call. Watch out for Last Call. She chased remember Callie's Grit in her win last fall here at Keeneland Racecourse? Callie's Grit was ultra gritty, living up to her name. She was chasing her. She was trying to get to her, but Last Call off the 5-month layoff, she's got some class to her. Don't let her get away from you in race number 7. That is, both of these turf races that we've talked about, 9 and 7, are very, very difficult. And then you've got the favorite for Chad Brown, not in a million years. It's not that I don't think she's capable of winning. This is a battle-tested group of fillies that are running here today. She's got to be ready to go here today for Peter Brandt, which you would expect she will be, conditioned by Chad Brown.
Yeah, that's a great race. I'll get more into that race in a little bit, but we'll go to another key race, race 8. I thought was a key race if you're looking to play those late pick 5s or the late pick 5, excuse me. And this race, 7 furlongs on the main track. It's a starter allowance event, and I'm going with the home team here. How could I not? With the 3 Mac Daddy 2 for my husband, Norm Cassie. I love this horse. He's just a cool horse in the barn, and he loves to run. He loves to show up, too. We'll take you back to his last race, though, at Oaklawn, and he suffered a pretty brutal defeat. But look at the beginning stage of this race. He didn't break too well, and then he kind of drops back towards the back of the pack, shuffles out of the gate a little bit. It just wasn't the smoothest trip. And then Francisco Arrieta, who was aboard him, rushed up in behind horses, had to take back, and then went about 5 wide. And that's just not the type of trip that you want. And ultimately, it for sure, I'm 100% certain in saying that trip cost him the race, given the margin of defeat. He lost by a neck. And the horse that won was the horse that was making that last move into the pace that this horse rushed up into. So I think that's a very telling backtrack or replay. For what it's worth, the 3rd place finisher, a horse whom he beat, came back to win a starter allowance next up. So it just wasn't an ideal trip, and this just seems like a perfect spot for him. I mean, I'm not saying that it's an easy race, but I did think that One of the horses that he needs to beat is the 5 Pure Panic in here. And when I look at his figures and I look at the races he's coming out of, I just thought maybe they were a little bit easier than those starter races at Oaklawn. So he's going to be the top pick for me, Mac Daddy 2, with the 5 underneath, as well as the 8 Voodoo Zip for Juan Cano. I thought that, you know, this is a horse that has some back class. Some of these horses have been able to run in claiming races and starter allowance races. He claimed this horse and ran him in a very tough allowance race at Turfway last time out. So now he's found this spot that he's eligible for and still being able to protect him, which I think is a very confident move given a subpar performance last time out. So Voodoo Zip in there as well at 8-1.
I'm with you on 3 and 5, excuse me, in race number 8. But Gunner Bay at 20-1 on the morning line, he's better than 20-1 suggests.
Okay.
This is a horse that won last time out for 30 as they dropped him in. He was able to win an allowance race that was taken off the turf, granted. I think that he is capable of being there with them. He's got to rise to the occasion. I understand that with Riquelme in the saddle, but don't ignore Gunner Bay on the outside. And, you know, for Mac Daddy 2, I think you hit the nail on the head because he's broken slowly in the past. I mean, so
yeah. Even if a horse breaks slowly, just let them kind of
don't rush.
Yeah, just be and then go on from there. Don't rush. Have to take back and then go wide. That's
what are you doing at 4:30?
Why?
Are you going to go down and talk to Luis Saez and give him instructions?
No, I will not. Louis is one of my favorite riders. He does not need any instructions. Neither does Francisco Arrieta. It was just the position that he was in. It was just unfortunate. Because Norm likes his horses forwardly placed, and then you break slowly and you try to overcompensate for that. It happens. You and I aren't perfect every day either.
No, hey.
In fact, I'm imperfect most days.
You and I both, my friend. Let's take a look at our sales grad spotlight for the afternoon on Heroes Day here at Keeneland. It'll be early on in the card. The spotlight shining on a runner in race number 3, Cameo Performance for Brendan Walsh and Fergus Galvin. Mark the Temple, a Oscar Performance colt, purchased at Keeneland September 2022 for $210,000 to be debuted at Dundalk in Ireland, and now returns home here to Keeneland.
I love the mare that she is out of. I'm sorry. I'm thinking about the mare. La Moneda, I don't have anything in front of me, but La Moneda was trained by Brendan and then Tom Morley. I think they I forget who she started with, but I remember her running in New York when I was living in New York at the time. And she was just such a gritty mare. I loved her, and it's really cool to see her progeny now.
It's funny how you see these names and it
they come
sparks
back.
something. That's one of the many beauties of this sport that we love so much. It just brings back so many great memories when you see that, and you get that instant connection to him. So Cameo Performance returning home here to Keeneland after being debuted at Dundalk in Ireland back in November. Clocker Report. Let's get after it. Race number 2. Started the early pick 4 here this afternoon at Keeneland Racecourse, as it always begins the early pick 4. And Quincy Ryder, the number 1 horse for Jonathan Thomas, and Matacat Stables and Mike Dehaney and others. Strong half-mile move. Plummets in class into this spot, dropping in for 30. Last start compromised by a wide post draw. Pedigree is all dirt. He's buyout work out of an elusive quality first dam and has run on synthetic. So first try on dirt for Quincy Ryder. That's the 1 in race number 2. And then Pure Panic in race number 8. That's the 5 horse. Worked 49 and 2, sitting on a useful half-mile breeze. Has tactical speed, has never been off the board on dirt at Keeneland, and fits this class level 3rd start off the layoff. So mark the 1 in race number 2, Quincy Ryder, and the 5 in race number 8, Pure Panic.
Clocker Report coming through with Encino yesterday.
And his price, he opened up at, I think he was like 8-5, 9-5 when they were being saddled in the paddock, and he drifted up to 3-1.
Yeah, not a bad price.
Really
and
nice
that was
gift.
your top selection too. Good job.
Worked out. Let's go after our multi-race exotics. I really feel good about this late.
Oh boy.
I really do. Just sitting here handicapping, going back through the races, and this is the approach.
You going to send it in today for $48?
I think there's a good chance that I will be doing so. After yesterday's defeat, we put together a lot of money for the late pick 5. We were out in leg 2. We burned a lot of money yesterday.
A couple years ago we did it. We were out in leg 1, so at least there's an improvement there.
But race number 6, 40, to start things off in this $50,000 claimer. 3, 7, 8, and 9 blown cover for Brad Cox. He'll be the heavy favorite. This is Saez and Cox. Cox doesn't go to Saez a lot, at least as of late, but in this situation he does. The class drop is tough to ignore, but I think the 7, 8, and 9 Dr. Bader, JT's Imagination, and Yo Daddy are worth considering, and obviously I am going to use them on this ticket. 1 1/8 turf event is race number 7. We talked about how deep this field is, 6, 7, 10, and 12 in that second leg. As far as race number 8 is concerned, I'll go 2 deep, the 3 and 5 in Norm's race with Mac Daddy 2. Gunner Bay, he's the wild card to me. If you want to add to this, go ahead and throw him on the ticket, the number 9 horse in that third leg, race number 8, and then in race number 9, I'll end up going 3 deep, 1, 7, and 8. I feel I've got the right horses there. I do feel like I've got the right horses all across the board, and I will add Gunner Bay in race number 5.
Okay.
When I
or
punch
you could
my
just
ticket.
play an exacta. You could play an exacta in there too.
Well, I want to hit the pick 4 too.
Yeah, I mean you do both. Okay, race 5. I know you've got money to spend, tax season and all. Race 5 kicks off the all stakes pick 3. I wanted coverage in the 5th race. It's a 1.5-mile turf event. 1, 5, 7, and the 8. The 7 Utah Beach using, as well as the 8 Hidden Stash. As we get to the 7th race on the card, that is where my single comes into play. My best angle of the day, Zip-a-Doo. I'm happy to see that you like her as well. And then we get to the final race of the day. I have coverage there as well with the 1, 4, 7, and the 8. So my top 3 selections in there, in this order, 4, 7, and 1. I wanted to throw in the 8 there, Boyce, for obvious reasons, trained by Mike Maker, and I think is pretty sneaky in there. I'm not sure what price we'll get, probably come down off that 8-1, but I feel confident with what I have in the last race. I think the first leg of the sequence is tricky, though.
My confidence level on pick 4, I'm going to say an 8 out of 10.
Really?
Yeah, where are you at on the pick 3? Not
7.
that high. Not that high.
7.
Let's move along. Best angle segment, race number 3. Here's a look at the field. We showed you Cameo Performance, 7-2 on the morning line, returning to Keeneland as the Keeneland Sales Grad spotlight shined on Cameo Performance. But I've got an idea with the 10-horse green light. Now, I'm going to play a daily double, 10-11 with 310. It's a $5 daily double. It'll cost you $20. Green light is going to be better routing today. This is a hard-spun colt. We take you back to his debut effort. He's the 5-horse there, down on the inside, and he holds that position. And I'm not sure if we rolled this long enough, and I should have asked for this. The way that he galloped out past the wire suggests to me that a 1 1/16 is going to add to his ability over the course of this run. I mean, even here, he's just back there, and I forgot to send it in, but I promise you, he galloped out nicely. The idea is with green light going longer here today, and then using 3 and 10 in race number 4, which is that maiden 20, the 3 Grace Given and Dice Arm, or 3 and 10, excuse me, the 3 and 10. Pretty Lily, I think that Pretty Lily. That race, by the way, race number 4, the 3 in race number 4 ends up being the shortest price of the day.
Okay.
Grace Given. So you might even want a single there, given the way that this race has shaped up now with the scratches. But if you're feeling like you want to take the gamble, I think Pretty Lily is about the only one that can keep up with her. That's the 10 in race number 4.
Okay. That sounds good. Race 3.
Were you paying attention?
Yes,
Okay.
I am. Race 7, we're going to move along to, and I am happy to see that you like the 7 Zip-a-Doo because this is my play, and she comes back here to Keeneland. She actually won over this ground, good listed ground, when she broke her maiden, but this is a look at her race at Aqueduct, and I picked this race out because she ran against Not in a Million Years in this race, and Not in a Million Years she's going to have to face off once again today, and this is the type of scenario where I think you could find value. I think Zip-a-Doo might get lost in the wagering a little bit, but this was a gritty effort from her. She just lost by 3/4 of the length against this filly, so Not in a Million Years, she finished second in the race. Zip-a-Doo finished third. They lost the race by about 3/4 of a length. All top 3 finishers were pretty close to one another when it was all said and done. And people like to bet Chad Brown for obvious reasons. He wins, but I think not in a million years she's going to be the favorite, and you're going to get probably 6 to 1, 8 to 1 on Zippadoo.
And there's not that big of separation.
Not that big of separation. And Zippadoo has proven that she can run on this turf course and that she likes it. She broke her maiden here, so she is my strongest angle of the day. I'm going to key her on top of the exacta with the 6 and the 12.
Let's go to Tom Leach for his long shot of the day.
Today's long shot play comes in the second race. It's number 2, Forge in Fire. One last time out at Turfway Park, and that was the first start for this horse since last summer. I think he can show some speed from that inside post position under Gaffleone, and that will be a big asset here. And in his last race, the horse that finished third has come back to win already. So we'll try the 2 in the second race on the long shot play of the day.
The 2 in race number 2 for Tom Leach. Speaking of bingo cards and things that were unexpected, as far as, well, you said you've never been stung by a bee, which is insane to me. You've yet to explore that. I have never been threatened with a marble coaster, which at an early point there, because I was goofing off with Gabby, and she raised that to me, so I got to be careful.
That's what kind of mood I'm in today.
Can we get some non-marble coasters moving forward?
Yeah, we might need
for paperweights?
We might need to.
Honestly, great show. It's been a great weekend of racing. This is a really, really good card.
It is.
Fast and firm conditions, big betting opportunities, Toyota Super High Five with that carryover over $9,900. It's going to be a perfect day. And on top of it, it's Heroes Day.
Couldn't get any better. We hope you all enjoy a fabulous afternoon here at Keeneland Racecourse. And I'm gonna observe you going to the window and betting this late pick 5. You need to. That's how confident you are.
Late pick 4.
4, sorry.
Pick 4. Late pick 4. And I'm going to hit the exact, and I'm going to do it. Today's the day.
Today
We're going to be ready to go for next week. But first, 9 races today. Enjoy a great day of racing on this Sunday at Keeneland. When the spring meet ends, summer success begins. Buy, sell, fresh winners, hot prospects. One night, one chance. Finish strong. Don't miss out. The Keeneland April Selected Horses of Racing Age Sale. Friday, April 26th.
This is a Toyota Grand Highlander.
Toyota took the best-selling Highlander and made it bigger, more powerful, and more fuel efficient.
With your choice of 3 different powertrains, including the 362-horsepower Hybrid Max.
The interior design is so tech-focused, I'm in total control.
And you've got to love the 12.3-inch touchscreen.
The big news is right back here, with over 20 cubic feet of cargo space.
Behind a full-size third row.
Step up to something grand.
Toyota, let's go places.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the management and staff of Keeneland, I would like to welcome you to the September yearling sale. Good to have you back with us.
The energy at Keeneland Book 1 is unlike any other sale that you'll go to.
It is the marketplace.
The center of the horse universe.
It's electric. You can't replicate the urgency that's at Keeneland September.
Quality in quantity.
Keeneland September Book 1, every breeder's dream.
At Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard. Not for our sake, but for theirs. For the love of the horse, for generations to come.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Keeneland. We direct your attention to the paddock for the presentation of colors for today's ceremonies. Keeneland is honored to welcome Kathy Mullins to the Paddock. Kathy is a music teacher, worship leader, and the official national anthem singer for the Nashville Predators. Kathy and her husband Tommy became Gold Star parents when their middle son's unit was attacked by an IED in Afghanistan in 2011. They have since established a memorial foundation in honor of their son Brandon that provides scholarships and veteran support through many projects and initiatives. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you are able for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
In conjunction with Heroes Day, Keeneland recognizes the servicemen and women who work on our grounds, and we remember David Benny Myers, a paramedic on the Alpha Medical Team who lost his life earlier this year. Keeneland salutes these heroes and thanks them for their service. Keeneland is proud to recognize Robert Baltimore from stewarding as the Employee of the Day. Congratulations, Robert. Keeneland is proud to honor our first responders who served or are serving and their families. Today, we welcome these families to join us in the North Terrace for lunch provided by Lexington Griffin Gate Marriott and children's activities from now until 3 p.m. Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse, where the main track is listed fast and the turf listed firm, the rail at 20 feet. On the turf course today, time now for a look at the changes for today's card, beginning in the first race, where the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick threes, and also the early pick five will get underway. In the opener, there's an overweight, number 10, Delighted, the jockey 1 pound over. Number 10, Delighted, the jockey 1 pound over. Second race, start of the early pick four. Scratch number 3, Beaumont Red, and scratch the 7, More Than 5. Again, scratch 3, Beaumont Red, and scratch 7, More Than 5. Third race, take out the also eligibles, 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Fourth race is where the pick 6 begins, no carryover. Scratch the 1, Lighted Up Louis. Scratch the 6, Kazillion. And scratch the 9, Anointed of God. That's in the fourth race. Scratch the 1, Lighted Up Louis. Scratch the 6, Kazillion. And scratch the 9, Anointed of God. Fifth race. Race 5 is where the late pick 5 begins. Also the start of the Keeneland Turf Pick 3, made up of races 5, 7, and 9. No changes to report in that fifth race. Race 6, start of the late pick 4. In that sixth race, scratch the 4, Jaybird Time, and scratch the 6, Papa Yo. That's in the sixth race. Scratch number 4, Jaybird Time, and scratch number 6, Papa Yo. Seventh race, scratch the 11, Big Brass Bed, and scratch 13, Right Now. That's in the seventh race. Scratch number 11, Big Brass Bed, and scratch number 13, Right Now. Eighth race. No changes in that eighth event. The ninth and final race, there is a carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. That carryover, $9,927. In the ninth race, scratch number 2, Calicanthus. Scratch number 3, English Challenge. Scratch the 10, King Curlin. And scratch the 12, Kerouac. That's in the ninth and final race. Scratch the 2, Calicanthus. Scratch the 3, English Challenge. Scratch the 10, King Curlin. And scratch the 12, Kerouac. Those are the current program changes. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudette.
Thank you so much, Kurt Becker, and happy Heroes Day today at Keeneland Racecourse as we've got 9 races ahead of us, fast and firm conditions, as you heard from Kurt Becker. And Heroes Day, this offers an opportunity for members of the military, active and veterans, first responders, healthcare workers, and their families to enjoy a day out at the races, free general admission, reserve grandstand seating, and don't forget about the rollout of the American flag after race number 4. It's the Henry Clay High School Junior ROTC. That'll take place just after race number 4. So we look forward to that, and we love Heroes Day at Keeneland.
Always one of my favorite days, and thank you to everyone for your service, and we hope you enjoy this beautiful day at Keeneland Racecourse, as well as a wonderful card. Make some money at the end of the day.
Ninth and final is our featured race. It's on the turf course at 1.5 miles. It's the Stonehaven Steading second level allowance condition. Ohana Honor is going to get plenty of attention for Shug McGahee, the number 1 horse, as well as a few others in this race, but a very good way to close out the card with this marathon 1.5 mile distance.
Yeah, the 7 Foreign Relations, he's gone against Grade 1 company on the turf in the past, so he has some class as well, but the conversation doesn't end there. It's a very competitive event.
Toyota Super High 5, there's a carryover in that 9th and featured event. The finale here today, the Stonehaven Steadings, just under $10,000 for the Toyota Super High 5 carryover. It's $9,927. That's the Toyota Super High 5 carryover. Happy Heroes Day on this Sunday at Keeneland Racecourse.
Horses are in the paddock for the first race on this beautiful Sunday afternoon at Keeneland Racecourse. Thank you all for joining us here this afternoon, and it is a fantastic card on tap, including the opener. We're 20 minutes out as we're taking a look at the number 9, Miss Golden Penny, for trainer Aaron West. This is a lightly raced filly. Her last race, she stretched out to the distance of 1 mile. That was over the all-weather surface at Turfway Park. She showed speed, and she pretty much stopped in that event. I just thought it was good to see her at least show more speed and brake sharper in her second race. Sometimes that can lead to a better performance in their third start. She did not get out of the gate well in her first start at the fairground. So I did see at least a little bit of a progression in that she improved coming out of the gate. She set pretty honest fractions, and then she just got tired. So now today, with the blinkers coming off, I think she can show that speed from the outside gates, and she should be able to hold on for a piece of it. I mean, she's 8-1 right now. She is a big long shot, but I think you can take a shot with long shots in this type of race, considering it is a maiden claiming event. We'll go just to her outside. That's the 10, Delighted. She's 5-2, the favorite for trainer Ben Colebrook, who had a winner on yesterday's card. I'm not sure what the strategy will be for this filly, because she was sent out of the gate in her first race at Turfway. That didn't really work out too well for her. And then 2 starts back, in her second start, she actually was taken off of the pace, and she just maintained in there. I thought that was one of her better efforts, but I think Luan Machado's hand is forced here with that outside draw. You kind of don't want to get caught wide. She is a filly that has some natural speed, so I would expect her to be forwardly placed, just maybe not on the lead today. And then finally, we get to the 6, La Picasita, for Jenna Antonucci, who overall, she looks like she's been improving. She has kind of maintained at the same level, the maiden $35,000 claiming level, but her last race was her best race on form. So I think that can set her up for success now today, taking another slight drop down in class to the $20,000 level, and she clearly seems like a filly that's capable of going this distance of 7 furlongs.
The number 1, Fast La Vista Baby, here in the opener, cuts back in distance, and I think that's a very strong angle for this filly. Combine that with the drop down in class that she's taking. She's in for maiden 20 here today. And if you go back to her races at the end of her 2-year-old season here at Keeneland, at Churchill Downs, when she was running for maiden 30 and maiden 50 at a 1-turn distance, she was much better off. This is a big angle for this filly, dropping in class, cutting back in distance. Fast La Vista Baby should be a lot better here today in the opener.
All right, Fasta La Vista Baby, the top selection there for Scott Hazelton at 4-1, and this filly is taking a big drop in class. My fear for her is how far back is she going to be early, given the 7 furlong distance. She likes to close at 2 turns on the dirt at the fairgrounds, so we'll see if Martin Garcia can get working on her a little bit early. Fasta La Vista Baby, you're taking a good look at right now. Horses saddled up. We are 16 minutes away from the opener. Of course, this does kick off that early pick 5 sequence. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race. Maidens, fillies, and mares age 3 and up, 7 furlongs over the fast main track. The claiming price, $20,000. No scratches, no jockey changes in the first. A reminder, the overweight, number 10, Delighted, the jockey 1 pound over. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the early pick 5. Main track is fast, turf is firm. Post time in 8 minutes. A reminder, the rail is set at 20 feet on the turf course this afternoon. Main track is fast. Race 1 coming up. Your attention, please. A late scratch in Keeneland's first race. Scratch number 8, Hold My Crown. Late scratch in Keeneland's first race. Scratch number 8, Hold My Crown. The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. Moving into line for the first race. Cause I'm a Rose moves into line. Here is Soul Air along with E Stormy. Trotter comes forward, along with Miss Golden Penny. Delighted will be the last to load. E Stormy fractious in the gate. Settles back into position, and now Delighted, the last one, comes forward. Goes in. They're at the post. And they're off. Delighted broke alertly. La Picasita, Trotter right there. And then Soul Air. Here's Delighted from the far outside up to get a narrow lead. Heading up the backstretch, La Picasita, Trotter, who moves up the inside now into second. And now up to challenge for the lead. La Picasita drops back into third. Fasta La Vista Baby is fourth toward the inside a half length. Windy Walk is in fifth. Soul Air is now in sixth. Miss Golden Penny is in seventh. E Stormy is eighth, and a break of 8 more lengths back to the trailer. Cause I'm a Rose, opening quarter 22. 22.42 seconds. They head onto the far turn, Delighted outward from the rail, leads it by a half length. Trotter to the inside is second by 5, and then La Picasita is third by just over 2 lengths around the turn to Windy Walk, who's fourth by a neck, and then Fasta La Vista Baby fifth back toward the inside. Here's Trotter moving up the inside and pokes ahead in front as they round the far turn. Delighted still there on the outside, though, and these two continue to go at it. Then it's 5 more lengths to Fasta La Vista Baby to the inside. Windy Walk on the outside. Those two trying to pick up the leaders. Windy Walk is running fast down the outside. Here comes Windy Walk on the outside. Rallies from off the pace. Rolls right on by to the lead. Trotter is second, then Delighted in third, and Fasta La Vista Baby is fourth. But it is Windy Walk. Jose Ortiz well in front at the 16th pole and headed for the winner's circle. Windy Walk to take the opener. Fasta La Vista Baby will get up in time for second, and then it was Trotter across the line in third, and Delighted was fourth.
Windy Walk, the daughter of Munnings, very impressive today. She really hadn't done much prior to this, and hence the 10-1 odds, but she absolutely dominated this group, relishing coming back to Keeneland and stretching out to the 2-turn distance, or 7 furlongs distance, I should say. An easy victory here under jockey Jose Ortiz at 10-1, 5-1, 4-10 across the finish line.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's first race. Number 5, Windy Walk, was first. Number 1, Fasta La Vista Baby, second. Number 4, Trotter, was third. Number 10, Delighted, was fourth. 5-1, 4-10, unofficial. Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, number 5, Windy Walk, owned and bred in Kentucky by Richard Perkins, Chris Davis, the trainer, and Jose Ortiz, the jockey. Windy Walk, a 3-year-old filly by Munnings, out of Miscellany by Badge of Silver. 7 furlongs over the main track, listed fast, 1 minute 24.53 seconds. First race results official, 5-1, 4-10, the official results. In conjunction with Heroes Day, Keeneland is proud to honor the Lexington Fire Department in the Winter Circle. The Lexington Fire Department has achieved a remarkable milestone, securing internationally accredited agency status from the Commission on Fire Accreditation International and the Center for Public Safety Excellence, in addition to their accreditation in EMS education by the Commission on Accreditation of Allied Health Education Programs. They are the only fire department in Kentucky to have achieved this feat and one of 7 departments in the nation. They are joined in the Winter Circle by Keeneland's Senior Director of Operations and Community Relations, Kara Heisenbuttel. Please join us for a round of applause for the Lexington Fire Department. Keeneland's second race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering start of the early pick 4. Main track is fast, the turf is firm, the rail at 20 feet on the turf course today. In race 2, scratch number 3, Beaumont Red, and scratch the 7, More Than 5. Again, scratch number 3, Beaumont Red, and scratch number 7, More Than 5.
Up next is a $30,000 claiming race for 3-year-olds and upward, which have never won 2 races in their career, and they're going to be heading out to the main track at about 7 furlongs is the distance. Here's the number 2, Forge in the Fire, for trainer Ravi Medina. And this horse comes in off of a victory last time out at Turfway. And I thought that was a really good effort because prior to that, he hadn't raced since June of last year at Churchill Downs. He took a little bit of a step down in class, but I thought that it was telling, that he was able to pull away with that victory because he did look like he was getting a bit tired in the late stages of the race. You can see that he was on the wrong lead coming down the lane. And again, I think he just did that because of his class and his talent at that level. And I think he can come back again at this level with a little bit more distance and get another victory. I also liked that he kind of made that move from off the pace. And I think he should be able to get a decent pace in front of him. I don't think it's going to be too quick, but he should be able to get that mid-pack trip today. He's going to be the top selection as we look at the 1, Quincy Rider, for trainer Jonathan Thomas. And this horse does take a big drop down in class. He was very impressive in his first start. He went wire to wire, and I thought that was significant considering his post position. He was drawn way outside that day. He cleared the entire field and managed to draw away from that field to win by over 6 lengths. Now, in his next start, that was a very quickly run opening quarter and half. You just don't see those fractions. 43-4 for the half. And Joe Shiesty was the winner of the race, familiar with that horse, having been at Turfway a couple of times this winter. He's a very, very fast sprinter. Clearly, this horse couldn't keep up with him. It's always tough facing winners for the first time, but I think with the rail post position, he goes. He's been unfortunate to have outside post positions in his last 2. With this rail post, he might be able to open up on the field by a couple of lengths when it's all said and done. And then we get to the number 9, Trust Daddy. The blinkers coming off him today. He's your favorite right now at 8-5 for Connor Murphy. He hasn't been seen since January at Turfway Park, and maybe he just didn't really like the surface that day. But overall, the reason why I did go against him, I know he's dropping in class, but he just seems like he's headed in the wrong direction. At one time, you could make a case for him to be very competitive against Allowance Company. Even the last time he was here at Keeneland, he ran a good closing third against Allowance Company. But his last 2 races, he just doesn't seem like he's headed in the right direction. And then following those races, he takes this plummet in class. So I think he's a horse that you have to kind of watch the board and ask yourself, what price are you willing to take on him? I'm not willing to take 8-5 on this horse. I think the 1 and the 2 are more likely winners in here, and they offer better prices right now. But horses are going to get saddled up here. Riders will be up momentarily. We are 15 minutes out from race 2 to kick off that early pick 4.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race. 3-year-olds and up with a $30,000 claiming price. Beard course about 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch 3, Beaumont Red, and scratch 7, More Than 5. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the early pick 4. The main track is fast. The turf firm today. Post time at 7 minutes.
Looking at the field here for the second race as they are getting a warm-up. Obviously, between the 1, the 3, and the 9, that's where the lion's share of the money is going towards. So let's talk about some bigger prices that maybe can outrun their odds. The number 5, Cruisin' and Boozin', is a horse that I thought looked well turned out today. This gelding, was claimed for Kathy Jarvis last time out and actually did win on the drop-in class at Turfway Park going wire to wire. Now, I don't know that he's going to be as quick or that he's as quick as some of these other horses today to get that lead position, but I just thought he made a really nice appearance respective to his competition today. Now, the 6 Time Use, I don't know what to do with this horse, but he looks like a little rocket out there. He's a quick little guy, and as you can see, he's very quick, and he's giving Martin Garcia a tough time in this warm-up. Let's hope Martin can slow him down a little bit. We don't want to use too much energy prior to the race, but just the way his mannerisms, he looks very quick. Now, I think the question is class and stamina, but it does take this drop down from allowance company down to the $30,000 level. Judging by the warm-up, judging by this horse's energy, I think they're probably going to go for it. And when I originally handicapped this race, I didn't think it was going to be a fast pace whatsoever. But the more I look at it, the more I look at these horses, I think it might be quick, and maybe you want a horse that can stalk off the pace. We'll see how it all unfolds. It's a very interesting group of horses. They're going postward here in 5 minutes. Good luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, start of the early pick 4. Moving into line, race 2. Merlotti goes in. Cruisin' and Boozin' moves into line. Time Muse coming forward. Red Hill. Trust Daddy will be the last one to load. Coming forward now. Last one goes in. They're at the post. And they're off. Forge in Fire and Quincy Ryder both have early speed. Trust Daddy right there from the outside. Time Muse moves up to join that front flight as well. Quincy Ryder up the inside has the lead now. Quincy Ryder by just a half length. Time Muse, Trust Daddy far outside, and Forge in Fire right alongside of the early leader. Then there's a gap of another 7 lengths then back to Cruisin' and Boozin'. Who's against the rail, travels along in the 5th spot. Red Hill is 6th up on the outside, and then Merlotti, who moves up 1 position, now gains another spot, goes from 7th to 5th against the rail, but still 10 from the front after an opening quarter, 22.47 seconds. Quincy Ryder is the leader, 3/4 of a length onto the far turn. Trust Daddy 2nd, then a gap of 7 more lengths to Time Muse in 3rd, and Forge in Fire, who's now 4th against the rail. Coming for the top of the stretch, Quincy Ryder with Trust Daddy right there. These two have opened up by a dozen lengths back to Merlotti in 3rd, and then Cruisin' and Boozin' toward the outside in 4th. There's a 1/4 mile to go. Quincy Ryder to the inside, a narrow lead. Trust Daddy is right there on the outside. These two continue their battle coming into the final furlong. Then there's 8 more lengths back to Cruisin' and Boozin' 3rd. Merlotti is 4th. Here's Trust Daddy trying to wrestle the lead away from Quincy Ryder. Has the lead now at the 16th pole. Cruisin' and Boozin', then Merlotti. Down to the wire, Trust Daddy. Flavian Pratt aboard. Trust Daddy wins it. It was Merlotti who came for 2nd. Photo for show.
It seemed like there was a wall of horses vying for that early lead position in the beginning stages of this race, and the 9 Trust Daddy just biding his time, watching that pace duel unfold. We saw the 1 really put in the dirty work here, and he just seemed to tire late coming down the stretch. The 9 Trust Daddy under Flavian Pratt just getting up here by a couple of lengths in the end as your 7-5 favorite.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's second race: number 9, Trust Daddy, first. Number 4, Merlati, second. Number 5, Cruisin' and Boozin', third. Number 1, Quincy Ryder was fourth. 9-4-5-1, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, number 9, Trust Daddy, owned by Double O Racing of Cassandra Orpin, trained by Connor Murphy, jockey Flavian Pratt. Trust Daddy, a 5-year-old gelded son of Birdsong, out of Ma Petite by Distorted Humor, bred in Kentucky by Gainesway Thoroughbreds Limited and Mary Lou Whitney Stables. Beard course about 7 furlongs, 129.31. Results official for race 2, 9-4-5-1, the official results. In conjunction with Heroes Day, Keeneland is proud to honor Jason's Box in the winner's circle. Jason's Box, an all-volunteer group supporting catastrophically injured service members, provides biannual outdoor experiences including equine therapy, fishing, hunting, and beekeeping at no cost. This year, they are hosting retired U.S. Army Corporal Trampas Keith Miller and retired United States Marine Corps Corporal James Michael Boucher, celebrating their resilience and sacrifice. They are joined in the winner's circle by Keeneland General Manager of Facilities Pete Berdovich. Please join us for a round of applause for Jason's Box. Keeneland's third race upcoming, a maiden special for 3-year-olds at 1 mile and a 16th on the turf. The turf is listed firm, and the rail set at 20 feet today. Double to pick 3 wagering are featured here. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race.
Race 3 is a nice maiden special weight. We'll be heading out to the turf course at the distance of 1 1/16, and we are fast and firm today for this really nice maiden special weight for 3-year-old boys. The One Cameo Performance is a horse that you're taking a closer look at, a second-time starter for trainer Brendan Walsh, but he gets this horse off of Jessica Harrington. He actually debuted at Dundalk in Ireland. He nearly won that debut performance, and it looks like he's been training nicely here in the States down at Palmettos. He ships up for his U.S. debut at Keeneland. I just really like this pedigree on top of everything else. He's by Oscar Performance. We have seen the sons and daughters of Oscar Performance have a very strong couple of years, this past year in particular, and his progeny on the turf has been very good. He's out of a Freud mare named La Moneda. I remember kind of following her throughout her career. She wasn't like a multiple graded stakes winner. She was a minor stakes winner and graded stakes place, but she was a very useful filly. And I find fillies with that type of profile tend to be very nice brood mare. So at least that's the hope. Fingers crossed with the One Cameo Performance, who actually sold right here at Keeneland as a yearling back in 2022. He's going to be the top selection for me. The 6 Spinnet is another horse I want to mention. He's another Keeneland sales graduate, a son of Hardspun out of a Looking at Lucky mare. The mare Try Your Luck, she was a stakes winner on the turf. She only has 1 foal to race, but was very impressive. Didn't win, but very impressive in that horse's first outrun. So you always like to see that, what the siblings can do in their first start. Thought that was pretty encouraging. And the 6 Spinnet, a little chilly on the board right now, though, at 10-1. And then finally, we get to my third selection. That's the 5 Garden Leave, a first-timer for trainer Shug McGahee. This horse Shug can definitely win with first-time starters. Generally speaking, he likes to build up to their best race. This is a son of Curlin. He's out of On Leave, that Warfront mare. The mare, she took a couple of starts to break her maiden, actually won her first race and her 3rd career start, but she was a 2-time graded stakes winner. She made $1 million in earnings. Shug McGahee also trained her, so he's familiar with this family, and another colt that just has a very nice pedigree here today. I just thought that maybe he could get a good run and improve in maybe his 2nd and 3rd start. I'll be very interested to take a closer look at these horses, and we'll come with more information when they go trackside in just a few moments. We're 16 minutes out from race 3.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race, the Margot, maiden special weight, 3-year-olds, 1 mile and a 16th over the firm turf, the rail set at 20 feet. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Post time in 7 minutes.
I'll start by saying I do love everything about the one cameo performance, my top selection. So the fact that he's even money, let's look at alternatives to outrun their odds or maybe hit the board if you're looking to play those exactas and trifectas in this race. The 3 Cinderblock, he's a big, beautiful looking horse. He's sent out by Grand Motion today, and he's a son of Blame. He's out of Zucchini Flower, who was a very, very nice turf horse. She was a multiple stakes winner on dirt, graded stakes place on the turf. And this horse's 2 siblings have been stakes performers. So it's been quite a productive family on the turf. And I think that you should definitely pay attention to this horse, at least to outrun his odds and finish in the top 3 or 4 here, because he is a good-looking son of Blame. Let's take another look at the 7 acting debut. And this horse does debut. I talked about Oscar Performance and how impressive they have been over the course of the past couple of years. And while this horse is by Oscar Performance, your even money favorite is also by Oscar Performance. He's out of a Royal Academy mare. I love that on the bottom side when you're talking about turf influence. And it has also actually played out. This horse is a half to a horse by the name of Admission Office, who was a multiple graded stakes winner. He made over $600,000 in his career. Coffee Click, also in the family, grade 1 winner on the turf. 3 first out winners as well. This is a very nice turf family. It's also a precocious family. I'm shocked that this horse is on the board at 26-1. Physically, he also looks really nice out there as well, debuting for trainer Paul McGee. And then finally, we get to the 10 Green Light, sent out by Rudy Brisset. This horse just looks pretty racy. I can see why they sprinted him first time out. I think ultimately he's going to improve, stretching out to 2 turns. And statistically, Rudy Brisset, he does well with maiden second time starters. He's a son of Hardspun, and he's also out of a Smart Strike mare. So both of those influences would suggest more distance would be beneficial. So keep an eye out for this 10 Green Light. I know all the focus, all the attention is going on the 1, and he looks phenomenal, but pay attention to some of these other horses and some of those that I mentioned, too, to maybe beef up those exotics, whether they be trifectas, exactas, superfectas. This is a very nice maiden special weight coming up next, and we will get to it in 4 minutes for the third. Good luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race, the Margot. Moving into line, race 3. Enhanced Scat moves into line. Green Light comes forward. Garden Leave. Here's Spin It, along with Radical Mischief. Villain, the last to load, comes forward. Goes in. All in line at the post. And they're off. Cameo Performance broke alertly, but here's Indy Charge from the center of the course. Indy Charge moves fast from the outside. Radical Mischief moves up in the center of the course as they head for the first turn. Enhanced Scat is also there from between horses. Indy Charge clears the inside traffic, gets to the rail, has the lead, heading on to the first turn. Enhanced Scat stays to the far outside, goes wide into the first turn. In second, Radical Mischief hugged the rail in the third position to save some ground around the turn from Cameo Performance, who is in fourth. Pedoro fifth. Cinder Block is in sixth. Green Light goes seventh. Villain 3 wide off the first turn in the eighth position. Garden Leave toward the inside is ninth. Solb is in the 10th spot. And then Acting Debut is 11th, and Spin It last of the 12. Indy Charge is the leader at the midpoint of the backstretch. 22.23 seconds for the opening quarter. Enhanced Scat right alongside in the second position. And then a gap of 4 more lengths to Radical Mischief third. Cameo Performance is between horses in fourth. Green Light is fifth on the outside of that one. Now Cameo Performance and Green Light start moving together toward the outside. In fact, Green Light in the clear is going to move up fifth to third to second as they move midway on the far turn. Cameo Performance still trying to get going, now finds some running room and moves up into fourth. Green Light has a narrow lead. Indy Charge is second. Cameo Performance looks toward the far outside in third, but has to catch Green Light off the far turn. Radical Mischief behind that pair is now third. It is Green Light against the rail with the lead. Cameo Performance is right alongside. Cameo Performance from the outside. Green Light against the rail. These two into the final furlong. Cameo Performance a narrow lead. Green Light still there but second. Cameo Performance now by a length. It is Cameo Performance and Tyler Gaffalione to win it. Green Light was second. Cinder Block rallied for third, and Radical Mischief was fourth.
This looks like a very nice group of maidens and definitely a race to earmark more moving forward. But today the winner is the 1 Cameo Performance. And I thought it was really interesting, the 10 Green Light. Flavien Prat making an early move, trying to get the jump on Cameo Performance. Cameo Performance took a little while to get going at the top of the stretch, but once he did, you could see his impressive stride just lengthening out and getting up just in time. At 4 to 5, it's going to be 1:10.3 across the finish line unofficially for race 3.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's third race. Number 1, Cameo Performance, finished first. Number 10, Green Light, was second. Number 3, Cinder Block, was third. Number 11, Radical Mischief, fourth. 1:10.311, unofficial. Third race results official. 110-311, the official results. The official winner of Keeneland's third race, the Margot, number 1 Cameo Performance, owned by Fergus Galvin and Mark DeTample, trained by Brendan Walsh. Tyler Gaffalione, the jockey. Cameo Performance, the 3-year-old son of Oscar Performance, out of La Moneda by Freud, bred in Kentucky by Patricia L. Mosley. Keeneland September graduate Cameo Performance gets the mile and a 16th over the firm turf in 1 minute 42.65 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Margot Trophy presentation to the connections of Cameo Performance. In celebration of Heroes Day, Keeneland is honored to welcome Brigadier General Wertzler alongside outstanding military family readiness volunteers and military children to the Winner's Circle. As we commemorate April as the month of the military child, Keeneland takes pride in the remarkable courage and resilience displayed by the children of our military personnel. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to the selfless dedication of military, family, and child and youth volunteers, whose unwavering support enriches the lives of our military families and strengthens our community. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering, start of the pick 6. Main track is fast, turf is firm. The rail on the turf course at 20 feet. In this fourth race, scratch the 1, Lighted Up Louie. Also scratch number 6, Kazillion. And scratch the 9, Anointed of God. No carryover. Pick 6 begins in this fourth race.
horses in their stalls getting saddled for the 4th race coming up next. 7 furlongs on the main track for this maiden claiming event, and the 3 Grace Given is the top selection and the favorite right now at 4-5 for trainer Johnny Ortiz. This filly gets a big drop in class. When she ran at Gulfstream Park 2 starts back, she really didn't even pick up her feet in that event, but she lost to a nice filly by the name of Amor Fati. She came back to try a different surface on the all-weather down there at Gulfstream Park, and once again, she just really didn't get going. But I do think with the drop in class and at this distance with the addition of blinkers, she should find herself forwardly placed. There does not seem to be a whole lot of speed in here. When you look at her dirt races, she wasn't too far off of quick early fraction. So I anticipate her to be forward here, and she will be the top pick. The 4 Dice Arm is the second selection for me for Bobby Barnett. And yeah, kind of the main track is unknown. She obviously only had 1 start on the main track. That was a while ago, June of 2022. She's had more recent efforts on the turf as of late, but I did like the fact that she seemingly woke up on the lead last time. Obviously, she showed speed and faded in that race, but still, speed is dangerous at this level on the dirt, so that's why I think she's useful here in the top 3. And then finally, we get to a big long shot, the number 2 American Maestra, and she is another one that's taking a big drop in class. Many of these horses are, but fact of the matter is her only start on the main track was against Scylla. We're going to see Scylla run back here next week in a graded stakes event, so that just goes to show you how tough that maiden try was here at Keeneland. So a big class relief. I look for her to be picking up the pieces late. But I do think the 3 Grace Given is going to be tough to beat in here, as does the betting public at 3-5.
Late scratch in Keeneland's 4th race. Scratch the 10 Pretty Lily. Keeneland's 4th race, late scratch. Scratch number 10, Pretty Lily, injured in the paddock. The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race, a maiden claiming event. Fillies and mares age 3 and up, a $20,000 claiming price. 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch the 1, Lighted Up Louis. Also scratch number 6, Kazillion. Scratch the 9, Anointed of God. And scratch the 10, Pretty Lily. Double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the pick 6, no carryover. Fast track, firm turf. Post time at 8 minutes. The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race, start of the pick six. Moving into line, race 4. American Maestra goes in. Here is Grace Given. Dice Arm moves into line, getting ready for the start of the pick six. Here is She's a Saint. Last two coming forward. Always Dream Big. Sarissa, the last one. Race 4 just about set. Last one going in. American Maestra backs out. American Maestra examined and approved to move back into line. Jockey back aboard. Everyone in line, locked up, ready to go. And they're off. There's Dice Arm from between horses. Grace Given is right there in the opening strides. Always Dream Big. Sarissa far outside. And American Maestra back toward the inside as She's a Saint is content to trail here early. Dice Arm has the lead. Dice Arm joined by Sarissa to the far outside. Always Dream Big is right between that pair as they head up the back stretch. And Always Dream Big has a head in front. Sarissa now takes the lead by a neck. Dice Arm shuffled back to third. She's a Saint moves by some traffic far outside. Into fourth. Grace Given has been shuffled back into fifth. Now picks up the chase from there, just over 2 lengths off the lead. Then a gap of 4 more back to American Maestra. 23.21 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. Sarissa leading She's a Saint by a half length around the far turn. Then a gap of 3 more lengths. Grace Given angles wide around the turn. She's third up on the outside. She's 5 from the front now as they come off the final turn. And back up front, She's a Saint is the leader. Quarter mile to go. She's a Saint leads by 5. Grace Given sweeps up to the outside, but still a distant second at this point. And the leader's coming toward the 8th pole. Grace Given shifting lanes down to the inside. Still 5 lengths away in that second spot. Dice Arm, center of the track, is third. She's a Saint comes to the 16th pole. Leads it by 4. She's a Saint with Axel Concepcion aboard to win it. It'll be Grace Given home second. Dice Arm was across the line in third. American Maestra rallied for fourth.
She's a Saint was forwardly placed today, and that was not the case in any of her previous 5 career starts, but she found a really good trip today under Axel Concepcion, and she just got the jump simply on the number 3, Grace Given. She tried to rally up the rail, but she couldn't do it. She ran out of real estate, and we get a slight upset here at 6-1. The 5, She's a Saint, your winner of race 4.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's fourth race: number 5, She's a Saint, finished first. Number 3, Grace Given was second. Number 4, Dice Arm third. Number 2, American Maestra fourth. 5-3-4-2, unofficial. Fourth race, results official, 5-3-4-2. The official results into the winner's circle. The winner, number 5, She's a Saint, owned by BC Stables of Brian Casey, trained by Stephen Dunn, Axel Concepcion, the jockey. She's a Saint, 3-year-old filly by Catholic Boy, out of Cedar by Giants Causeway, bred in Kentucky by White Fox Farm. 7 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 26.68 seconds. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering, start of the late pick 5, start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3, made up of races 5, 7, and 9. The turf is firm, the rail set at 20 feet today. No changes in race 5. We direct your attention trackside for a special Heroes Day presentation. Keeneland extends a warm welcome to all active and veteran members of the military, first responders, and healthcare workers, along with their families who are joining us today. In tribute of this special day, Keeneland is pleased to have members of the Henry Clay High School JROTC for a presentation of the American flag. Keeneland welcomes Dr. Everett McCorvey to lead us in the singing of God Bless America.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with a light from above. From the mountains to the prairies, to the ocean wide with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with a light from above. From the mountains to the prairies, to the ocean wide with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
heading out to the turf course at the distance of 1.5 miles for this 5th race coming up for a very competitive allowance race. And the 7 Utah Beach is where I start the conversation. I think this horse should be able to be forwardly placed given the distance of this race. He wasn't too far off of it last time out when he beat a group of allowance horses down at Gulfstream Park. He just comes into the race lightly raced, but in very good form. He's the top pick as we turn to the 8, Hidden Stash. He's another one that should be forwardly placed, and I simply think that the mile was just too short for him last time out at Tampa. It was a means to an end. This horse is better with more distance. Now, he's never quite tried this long of a distance before. He's tried distances up to 1 1/8 miles, 1.5 miles, 1 1/4 miles in against Stakes Company 2 starts back at Ellis. But I actually think he's just fine at this distance. And when he does stretch out to longer distances, his speed becomes easier for him. And I think he should be able to get that forward trip that he needs today. The 5 Headline News is the other horse I wanted to use. Now, he has a totally opposite running style. He should be able to close him off of the pace. Didn't get a ton of pace last time out. Now, with horses like this that have his closing kick, there's sometimes a question. Are they better going shorter so that that turn of foot can be exaggerated, or are they better going longer so that they have a longer time to get going? We'll find out with this horse. His mile races were very good. We'll see if he can stretch out to this particular distance today.
Wow, what a summer. The number 10 horse is a horse that's got some back class. He's made over $339,000. It's been a while since he's won a race. He's just 2 for 24 in his career. But a big chunk of that money that he's made over the course of his racing career came 2 years ago when he won the Penn Mile in upset fashion. Obviously, that race at a mile distance, but his trainer Chuck Lawrence has said that he's been trying to figure him out since that race. He's felt that 1.5 miles distance is going to unlock more potential with this now 5-year-old son of Summer Front. We'll see if 1.5 miles does it for him. Let's take a shot with What a Summer at this longer distance here today. Horse with some back class and a past stakes winner a couple of years ago.
All right, 26-1 on Scott Hazelton's top selection as the riders are up for this upcoming race. Don't forget, this race does kick off the all-turf pick 3, and here's a look at my ticket. I'm using 4 horses for the first leg of the sequence. My strongest opinion comes in race 7. I will be singling number 7 Zippadoo, and then coverage in the final leg of the sequence in race 9. Again, that's a $3 based wager. It does start in race 5, continues in race 7 and race 9. We hope you get your wagers in as horses are heading out to the track. They'll be warming up for a few moments and then make their way postward in 10 minutes.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 5th race, the Safari, an allowance for 4-year-olds and up, 1.5 miles over the firm turf, the rail at 20 feet. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the late pick 5, start of the Keeneland turf pick 3, made up of races 5, 7, and 9. No changes in race 5. Post time is 7 minutes.
Looking at the number 1, 6 minus here on track for trainer Todd Pletcher, and this horse is getting a little money at 5-1. I believe he's your second choice, as the 5 and the 7 are co-favorites right now at 5-2. And I just like how this horse is warming up. He's a horse that definitely needs these marathon distances. He's run distances of up to 2 miles on the turf, and quite frankly, he needs every bit of that. And sometimes he's a horse that can go in and out of form, so I think it's particularly good when you can see him have a lot of confidence on the day of races. And I see that from him. You can see he's just got his chin tucked underneath of him, his neck bowed over, and he does look like he is warming up in good fashion here. And if he's a horse that, if he performs to his best, he could certainly win this race. He just takes a long time to get going, but Irad Ortiz Jr. has experience on this horse. He's been aboard him several times, including the past 3 starts. The 4, Classic Creation, was a horse I wanted to pick out here just as a long shot. Jonathan Thomas got this horse for the first time last time out. He ran him 1 1/8 miles over the turf course at Santa Anita. That was slightly easier company. This is a much tougher race, but he just looks like a horse that's doing well. So maybe a horse to throw into the mix at big odds of 17-1. We're 5 minutes out from the 5th race. Good luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the Safari, start of the late pick 5 and start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3. Moving into line, race 5. Classic Creation moves into line. Hidden Stash comes forward. Headline News moves into line. Mutakatif. Wow, What a Summer. Verbal, the last one, comes forward. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. Headline News, Utah Beach. Wow, What a Summer up from the center of the course. Wow, What a Summer comes forward to challenge Headline News for the early lead. Verbal moves up, caught to the far outside from that outside starting spot, heading onto the far turn, moves up into second. Back toward the inside, 6- is running along in the 4th position. Mutakatif is 5th up on the outside of that one. And then Utah Beach, who broke well, now settles back in between horses. A lane off the rail in 6th. Hidden Stash, 3 lanes off the rail in 7th around that far turn for the first time. Who Took the Money is 8th back toward the inside. Tartufo is in 9th. Vernon is in 10th. And Classic Creation will be last of the 11 as they head through the stretch and pass under the line after an opening quarter in 25.34 seconds. Wow, What a Summer is the leader. Leads it by a length. Verbal, second by 2.5 lengths. And then comes Headline News, who travels in 3rd, flanked by Mutakatif in 4th, 6-. 5th back toward the inside. Hidden Stash. Utah Beach come next. Who Took the Money? Tartufo, Vernon, who gets shuffled out next to last, and Classic Creation trails after an opening half mile in 51.24 seconds. Back up front, Verbal. On the front end, has scooted around Wow, What a Summer, and just as quickly opens up here by nearly 5 lengths for the move up the backstretch. So Verbal leading Wow, What a Summer, a gap of nearly 5 between them. Similar margin then back to Headline News, who travels in 3rd by just a length. And is followed by Mutakatif, 4th a half length, just outside of 6-, who is still back toward the rail. Now back up front, the lead is diminished for Verbal. It's only 3/4 of a length. Here's Wow, What a Summer moving up on the outside as they head on to the far turn for the final time. Headline News is in 3rd a length. Mutakatif is 4th. 6- is 5th. Hidden Stash, wide on the far turn, is in 6th. Utah Beach comes next. Then Who Took the Money? Tartufo, Classic Creation, Vernon at the back as they come toward the quarter pole unofficial. Verbal is the leader. Verbal leads it by 2 lengths, by 2.5 off the far turn. Wowwada Summer is second. Utah Beach up the inside to third. Headline News is fourth. 6 Minus and Hidden Stash are toward the center of the course. 6 Minus takes aim, still 5 lengths away. Utah Beach is right alongside of Verbal, and then 6 Minus, who's still 5 lengths back in third, as Utah Beach is kicking on with Joel Rosario. Utah Beach will win it as 6 Minus rallies up to grab second from Verbal, who was third. Headline News was fourth. The unofficial results of Keeneland's fifth race: number 7, Utah Beach, finished first. Number 1, 6 Minus, was second. The 11, Verbal, was third. Number 5, Headline News, was fourth. 7-1, 11-5. Results unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's fifth race, the Safari on Heroes Day at Keeneland. The winner, number 7, Utah Beach, owned by Jeffrey Amling and Mary Bell Stable of Charles Noel, trained by Ignacio Correas. Joel Rosario, the jockey. Utah Beach, a 4-year-old gelded son of English Channel out of My Own Story by Lasting Approval. The winner, bred in Kentucky by Jeffrey Amling and Merrifield Farm. Mile and a half over the turf listed firm today, 2 minutes 30.16 seconds. The results of race 5 official, 7-1, 11-5. The official results. In the winner's circle, the Safari Trophy presentation to the connections of Utah Beach. In conjunction with Heroes Day, Keeneland is proud to honor the Lexington Police Department. In the summer of 2016, Lexington Police Officer Ryan Holland had a request to provide free popsicles for kids at Douglas Pool, which later sparked an incredible initiative. Operation Copsicle now works to foster positive community interactions by providing free treats and opportunities for dialogue with law enforcement. The van frequents neighborhoods during the week and attends community events. Joining the group in the winner's circle, Keeneland's Associate Director of Security, Pat McBride. Please join us for a round of applause for the Lexington Police Department. Keeneland's sixth race upcoming. This will start the late pick 4. Double and pick 3 wagering also featured main track listed fast. Race 6 will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. In the sixth race, scratch the 4 Jaybird Time and scratch the 6 Papillon.
Race number 6 starts the late pick 4 on this Sunday. Very wide open race right now. 2-1 favorite on the number 3 horse. Scratch the 4 and 6. That is JT's Imagination, the number 8 horse. My top play in here for Joe Sharp and Wine and Equine Racing. A horse that comes into this race off of back-to-back second place finishes at Fairgrounds, one for 50, one in an optional 50, and both of those times ended up finishing second to the same horse in both instances. That horse not coming here to Keeneland to compete. I think he's going to have good position with Tyler Gaffleone in the saddle. 3-1 on JT's Imagination as he makes his Keeneland debut, and his dirt races have been very good over the course of his career, minus the one time where he just simply lost the rider. He ducked, he acted out during that race, and that was his only race in which he didn't run well. So that's a pass for me. Easy pass for me on JT's Imagination. Would expect him to sit forward in this race and be a big-time player at odds of 3-1. As far as the second choice is concerned, the horse that will be just to his outside, the number 9 horse, Yo Daddy, for Keith DeSormo, 5-2, comes out of a stakes race last time out. They took their shot in that stake. It was a 6-horse field, so a small field looking for placing in that situation. Didn't quite work out, but he'll get back to a claiming event after running in that black gold stakes race at Fairgrounds. The last time he was in for a tag, he was closing. He was closing behind JT's Imagination and the eventual winner, Wordy, in that common race on the 9th of February. So expect Corey Lanerie. Don't be shocked if he tries to sneak up the rail in a patented Corey Lanerie ride here today with Yo Daddy, who's 5-2 on the board as it stands right now. And then the 7-horse Dr. Bader for Jose D'Angelo, 5-1 with Irad in the saddle. He's going to go 2 turns for the first time. We'll see what he's able to do. Where does he find himself in that first turn situation going to 2 turns for the first time? Wouldn't be surprised if he has some speed in here. The surprise of this race to me as it stands right now, 12 minutes out, is the fact that Blown Cover is 5-2 right now. This, to me, had the markings of a horse that was going to be around 8-5, 6-5 for Brad Cox with the class drop that he's taken. But he's a very tepid favorite at 5-2 right now. Blown Cover obviously can change with more money coming in over the course of the next 12 minutes here at Keeneland Racecourse. But that's the surprise to me, that he's not a heavier favorite in it amongst this group. This race does start the late pick 4. As I mentioned, 50-cent minimum wager here today at Keeneland, as it always is. And here's my approach. $48 investment. I'm going to go 4 deep in these first 2 legs. In race number 8, that starter allowance race, I think it does go through the 3 and the 5 in there. Starter allowance going 7/8 of a mile. That is Mac Daddy 2 and the number 5 horse, Downtown Charlie Brown, who is a horse that comes off of a graded stakes company at Aqueduct. So the 5 horse, is Pure Panic. The 6 is the horse that I don't have on my ticket. But the one that I did mention this morning on Today at Keeneland, Gunner Bay. If you want to take a bigger swing, don't leave out Gunner Bay, the number 9 horse. I think he can be a factor in there at a big price. That's in the 8th, the 3rd leg of this late pick 4. Get involved. Less than 12 minutes to post. Race 6 start of the late pick 4 Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race, claiming race for 3-year-olds with a $50,000 claiming price. Mile and a 16th. Over the fast main track, race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Scratch the 4, Jaybird Time. Also scratch the 6, Papa Yo. Double and pick 3 wagering started the late pick 4. Main track is fast, turf firm. Post time of 5 minutes.
Four minutes to post. Race 6 started the late pick 4. There's a look at Stingy, the son of Medaglia d'Oro for Three Chimneys Farm. Not quite focused down in the paddock. It looks as though he's getting his mind a little bit more on the task at hand as we move forward. We'll see how he is in this warm-up. But nonetheless, a colt that cuts back in distance, that may benefit him, and hopefully he can get moving forward here in this warm-up in the proper direction as we see him now warming up. It looks like he's settling in as he toys with the pony a bit here right now. That is Stingy under Albin Jimenez. But he was a bit studdish down in the paddock for what it's worth, 13-1 on Stingy. The 8-horse JT's Imagination, I liked him coming into the race, handicapping this race. I love him even more watching him down in the paddock and just his look. He presented himself as well as a horse that I have seen this meet here at Keeneland Racecourse. And I know that we have dealt with Grade 1 and Graded Stakes type company, not type company, Grade 1 and Graded Stakes company over the course of these days, these couple of weeks at Keeneland Racecourse. But he looked phenomenal. He had his neck bowed down in the paddock. He is focused. He's ready to go. He looks fit, as he should be. Joe Sharp and his team, they've done a phenomenal job with this gelding. 3-1 right now on the board. I love JT's Imagination based on looks and his form here in race number 6. Good luck. The late pick 4 pool, now over $200,000. Less than 3 minutes to post here at Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, start of the late pick 4. Moving into line, race 6. Blown Cover moves into line. Stingy comes forward. Dr. Bader. 2 left to load. Here's JT's Imagination. Yo Daddy, the last one. Goes in, first wire at the post. And they're off. There goes Montevallo. And there goes Stingy. These two come right to the front of the opening strides. Blown Cover comes away running in 3rd. Dr. Bader is away running in the 4th position. Up front, though, Stingy alongside of Montevallo. That's the battle for the early lead. Montevallo against the rail. Stingy alongside. They continue to match strides all the way around the first turn. Blown Cover stalking that early pace. A lane off the rail in 3rd. Dr. Bader toward the outside is in 4th. JT's Imagination saving the ground 5th against the rail. Gap of 5 back to Yo Daddy next to last, and Mr. Faversham trails. Opening quarter went in 23.51 seconds. Up the backstretch, Montevallo leads it 3/4 of a length. Stingy is 2nd a length. Blown Cover 3rd up on the outside, a length and a half. JT's Imagination moves up the rail, takes 4th by a half length. Dr. Bader is in 5th. Yo Daddy is in 6th position, and Mr. Faversham last of the 7. The opening half mile, 47.66 seconds. Over to the far turn, Montevallo and Stingy with Blown Cover seeking to join them now. Blown Cover has to take to the far outside, a half length off the lead, moves up a closer 3rd. JT's Imagination in behind horses in 4th. Yo Daddy swinging up toward the outside as they move to the quarter pole in 5th, now taking 4th. And Yo Daddy has to go clear out to the center of the track as they move to the top of the short stretch. Montevallo the leader, Stingy 2nd. Yo Daddy is in 3rd. Blown Cover has lost ground back to 4th. JT's Imagination sneaks up the rail from 5th into 4th. Still 6 from the front. Montevallo to the inside, and Yo Daddy on the outside. That's the battle for the lead. Into the final furlong, Yo Daddy has a narrow lead from Montevallo. Yo Daddy in front for Corey Lannery. Yo Daddy wins it. Montevallo 2nd. JT's Imagination was 3rd, and Stingy finished 4th.
Corey Lannery keeping him out in the clear and kicking on with Yo Daddy, the son of Yoshida, for Big Chief Racing and Rocker O Ranch. And trainer Keith DeSormo went off at odds of 7-2. Favorite came up flat at the top of the stretch, and Yo Daddy did not. He kicks clear to win this one over an 18-1 shot. The number 2 horse, that is Montevallo, and the 8 checking in 3rd. JT's Imagination back in 4th. The number 5 runner, Stingy. 9-2-8-5 to start the late pick 4 here at Keeneland.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race: number 9, Yo Daddy, finished first. Number 2, Montevallo, was second. Number 8, JT's Imagination, third. Number 5, Stingy, was fourth. 9285 unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's 6th race, the winner, number 9, Yo Daddy, owned by Big Chief Racing LLC of Matthew Bryan, owned also by the Rocker O Ranch LLC of Ronald Ortowski, trained by Keith DeSormo and the jockey Corey Lannery. Yo Daddy, 3-year-old son of Yoshida, out of El Storman by Tail of the Cat, bred in Kentucky by Big Chief Racing and Rocker O Ranch. Mile and a 16th over the fast main track, 1 minute 45.88 seconds. Results are official for race 6. 9285, the official results. In conjunction with Heroes Day, Keeneland's Kara Heisen-Buddle is presenting a check to Surgery on Sunday for $3,500. In 2005, Dr. Andrew Moore II founded Surgery on Sunday to offer high-quality surgical care to underserved individuals at no cost. Surgery on Sunday aims to relieve suffering and combat disease through essential surgeries and screenings, prioritizing equitable access to health care. Please join us for a round of applause for the great work of Surgery on Sunday. Keeneland's 7th race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering featured here. It starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. The turf is listed firm and the rail at 20 feet. A reminder, scratch the 11 big brass bed and scratch number 13 right now.
Race number 7, back onto the firm turf course we go. 1 1/8 will be the distance. Begins another rolling daily double, as well as the final pick 3 of the afternoon, 50-cent minimum wager. And we're looking at the number 7 horse, Zippadoo, right now. Great to see Graham Motion here at Keeneland Racecourse. This filly by Go Sapper, simply put, has been good at Keeneland and good at the 9 furlongs distance. She broke her maiden at Keeneland last fall here going 1 1/8. She followed that up with a strong performance at Aqueduct a month later in first level allowance competition going the 9 furlong distance. And then in her 2 starts since those 2 races I'm referring to, she won 1 1/16. She didn't run bad. She ran credibly in both of them, involved in the race. In one of them, tracked off the pace and made a move in that race at Gulfstream Park 2 starts back. But just simply put, she's better at 9 furlongs, and she's 5-2 right now on the tote board. She's the clear second choice in the wagering. I would expect Zippadoo to come through with a very strong run here today up against this favorite drawn to the outside, who's sitting at 3-2, the number 12 horse, Not in a Million Years, for Chad Brown off the 5-month layoff. The 6 horse, Cat Mint, a Kitten's Joy filly, getting back to grass. Same idea here. She's run well going 1 1/8 at Keeneland and Churchill Downs. She was 5th to Zippadoo in that race at Keeneland, in which she was able to win that race. I'm speaking of Zippadoo. So coming off of those synthetic runs, she's shown speed in that route race last time out. She's the daughter of Kitten's Joy, as I mentioned. She's a threat in here at 19-1 to pick up a piece of it at the very least. Gabby agrees with me. 19-1 on this long shot, Cat Mint for R. Townsend Sparks, and Gerardo Corrales gets the opportunity to ride her yet again. This will be the 3rd consecutive race that he's ridden this 4-year-old filly. And then the number 10 horse, Last Call, for Jonathan Thomas, 8-1 on the board. She comes off of a 5-month layoff. She chased a filly in her last race by the name of Callie's Grit, who just kept on going out on the front end in the last race that we saw this English Channel filly. Prior to that, she had faced off against nothing but stakes competition. After she broke her maiden in Grade 1 company in the Natoma, nothing but stake after stake after stake. And then that drop in class last time out, albeit 5 months ago, she finished 3rd. She has to be respected in here. We've talked about English Channel today. Utah Beach, a very impressive winner going 1.5 miles earlier in the card, just 2 races back, a son of English Channel. But don't sleep on Last Call, the Grade 1 winner in amongst this group. It just goes to show you the depth and quality of the racing that we have here at Keeneland. When you have a Grade 1 winner like Last Call sitting at 8-1 on the tote board, this is why we love handicapping and wagering on Keeneland Racecourse, as well as witnessing these types of runners compete out there on the track, whether it be the turf course or the main track. But a wonderful race coming up. As mentioned, Not in a Million Years is the current favorite for Peter Brandt and trainer Chad Brown. 15 minutes away from race number 7 to start our late pick 3 here at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race, the Blackwood, allowance for fillies and mares aged 4 and up. 1 1/8 over the firm turf, the rail at 20 feet. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Scratch the 11 Big Brass Bed and scratch number 13 right now. Post time at 6 minutes.
There's a look at the number 4 horse, High Stick, for Shug McGahee, a mare by Nyquist, making her 6th career start. First start since the beginning of July, back last summer in 2023 at Belmont Park. She really did take a huge step forward, stretching out to 1.25 miles in that most recent race. That turned out to be a live event 9 plus months back, with the runner-up Libretto coming out of that race to win her next start. But she is a mare that really looks like the distance is going to be a positive scenario for her. We'll see if she's able to have good position early on, what she's tended to do when she's run her better races. High Stick, 8-1, now back down to 7-1, getting some attention with Jose Ortiz getting the opportunity to ride this mare off the layoff. But she looks ready to roll off the long layoff for Shug McGahee. And then, of course, the number 12 horse, Not in a Million Years, for Peter Brandt and Chad Brown. A Keeneland September yearling from the 2021 September sale, $450,000 purchase. She was debuted in the summer of Saratoga last year, followed that up with a win at the Belmont and Aqueduct meet, and then ran a good second as the beaten favorite in her most recent start at Aqueduct. Got the lead and just got past, not beaten all that far, but the outside draw, she'll come running, one would think, once she settles from off the pace under Irad Ortiz Jr. It's not that I don't think that this filly can win. It just seems that 7-5 in and amongst some of these other fillies in here seems to be too short of a price, at least for me to accept, when you consider that she was 2-1 in her last 2 starts, and the competition gets deeper coming here to Keeneland Racecourse. She's beautifully turned out, daughter of No Nay Never. 3 minutes to post, less than race number 7 here at Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, the Blackwood. Moving into line, race 7. High Stick moves into line. Now Texas Shuffle. Lucky Anna. Last Call comes forward. Not in a Million Years, the last one, gets set to move into line. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. And there's Lady Emily Catherine toward the inside. Here's High Stick, Texas Shuffle, Implosion. A lane off the rail is also up close, as it will be High Stick coming forward along with Texas Shuffle to go 1-2. They're joined by Lucky Anna far outside, who moves up center of the course in third. Lady Emily Catherine is fourth to the inside. Implosion will go fifth. Catmint 3 wide into the first turn in sixth. Boss Lady Bailey seventh back toward the inside. Zippadoo, a lane off the rail, is in eighth. And then Get Your Kicks is ninth. Not in a Million Years is 10th. And Last Call, last of the 11 for the move off the first turn and up the backstretch, 22.99 seconds for the opening quarter. Texas Shuffle alongside of High Stick. Lucky Anna joins them third to the far outside. Lady Emily Catherine, fourth back toward the inside ahead. Implosion is fifth in between horses. Catmint is sixth on the outside, just over 3 lengths off the lead. Then Boss Lady Bailey, followed by Zippadoo toward the outside, who's in the 8th spot. Last Call in some close quarters, in tight down toward the rail near the back of the pack. Looks for some more running room. Hasn't found it just yet onto the turn. And then Get Your Kicks between horses. Not in a Million Years. Wide at the back. 47.78 seconds. The time for the opening half mile. Back up front. High Stick. Texas Shuffle still 1-2 off the far turn. They're followed by Lady Emily Catherine back toward the inside. Then Lucky Anna, Catmint, and Not in a Million Years have to go out to the grandstand side. 7 lengths off the lead. In the meantime, Texas Shuffle has a narrow lead. Lady Emily Catherine alongside. Then Implosion. Boss Lady Bailey coming late. Not in a Million Years from the outside. Lady Emily Catherine in front. Not in a Million Years is running on, but the wire is coming. Lady Emily Catherine. Not in a Million Years. Lady Emily Catherine wins it by a neck for Junior Alvarado at 21-1.
A giant price with Lady Emily Catherine in the Ken Ramsey silks, the red cap, white sleeves, white jacket, and she's able to get the jump on the 12, the favorite. She made steady progress over the course of this race around the turn. She had to go wide in order to stay away from all of the other contenders that were down to her inside and starting to bottle up. But the two, getting that jump was key. She's going to win this one by about a neck, maybe a head in the end, and spring a giant upset in the latter latter stages of this card here at Keeneland Racecourse. The 2 at 21-1, Lady Emily Catherine over the favorite, 2-12-110, unofficial here in race 7.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race. Number 2, Lady Emily Catherine, first. Number 12, Not in a Million Years, second. Number 1, Boss Lady Bailey, third. Number 10, Last Call, fourth. 2-12-110, unofficial. Results of race 7 official. 2-12-110, the official results. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's 7th race, the Blackwood, the official winner, number 2, Lady Emily Catherine. Owned by Kenneth Ramsey, trained by Saffy Joseph Jr., Junior Alvarado, the winning jockey. Lady Emily Catherine, a 4-year-old filly by Frosted out of Our Lady Catherine by Hard Spun. The winner bred in Kentucky by Kenneth Ramsey and Sarah Ramsey. Time for the mile and an eighth over the turf-listed firm, 1 minute 49.78 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Blackwood Trophy presentation to the connections of Lady Emily Catherine. Keeneland's 8th race upcoming. This will start the last of the rolling doubles. No changes in race 8. Track is fast.
Down to our final two races of this Sunday afternoon here at Keeneland, and this 8th event, a 7-furlong dirt race for starter allowance type, starter 20, and Mac Daddy 2, rightfully the 8-5 favorite. He is coming into this race off of a good run of races down at Oaklawn Park. He's steadily gotten better over the course of the winter after not being seen since the fall last meet here at Keeneland Racecourse, where he was running for 62.50. He's gotten that starter eligibility for these types of starter allowance races, running for 20 and winning 2 starts back. And he ran second last time out after maybe not breaking the best away from the starting gate, but then rushed and ended up getting caught and finishing second to a horse that he actually beat in that $20,000 claiming event by the name of Alpine Thunder. Bottom line, even if he's not sharp away from the starting gate, he's going to come with the run. He's the deserving favorite of this race. He deserves to be 9-5, in my opinion, here today for Resilient 6 Stables, as he has trended and found the right group here today in this starter 20 after those 2 races that we saw from him down at Oaklawn Park. This is the perfect spot for Mac Daddy 2 to keep his form going in a positive direction, as we've seen from him over the last month plus. The number 5 horse, Pure Panic, 5-1 right now. I thought he'd be the clear second choice. He's a horse that also fits this condition quite well. He comes off of synthetic tries at Turfway Park. His form has stayed steady, whether it's been on dirt or the synthetic. He's just a very steady, reliable horse, and a son of Summer Front who's won 5 of 30 in his career. It's been since the end of the year last year, near the end of the year, at the beginning of November, since he won his last race, but that was in a starter 20. So he is just one of these horses that you'll find in these ranks that they can maintain their form in starter allowance races, and you get that consistent run each and every step of the way, it seems, from time to time, and that's the case with Pure Panic. He's 5-1 right now on the board. I'm surprised that he and the 2 is the actual second choice. And one of the things that we've noticed over this meet so far at Keeneland, and when you see that early money, you've got to pay attention to it. We'll talk more about Lunar Module, the 2, once they get front side. And then the 9 horse is my long shot play in here, Gunner Bay for Steve Margolis, a winner last time out for 30 at Fairgrounds. This is a horse that broke through with a Nomina's a 2 lifetime victory at Fairgrounds for $15,000. That's how he's eligible in this starter 20. But he's got some speed, and he also has the ability to come from off the pace. I really don't see him as being this big of a price in and amongst this group, especially when you key off of his dirt races. The turf experiment did not work out. He just simply is not as effective on the turf as what we've seen from him when he's put in the right spot, and this is the right spot on dirt. 12-1 on the board right now. If he breaks running, he can get over and clear potentially and get position. This is a very live long shot here in race number 8, Gunner Bay, who is currently sitting at 12-1. Less than 14 minutes away from race number 8 to start the final daily double, the late double here at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th race. Starter allowance, 4-year-olds and up, 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Race 8 will start the last of the day's rolling doubles. No changes in this 8th event. Post time, 6 minutes.
There's a look at the pony and the two. The two on the other side of Lunar Module, or that 2 horse is the horse on the other side of the pony. That is Lunar Module, excuse me. He's 4-1 right now. This horse has been a lower price than even 4-1, but we've seen, as I talked about, these horses that are live early on in the wagering, at least when we get the opportunity to see the wagering come through once the previous race is made official. They're running well. I know Irad Ortiz Jr. is in the saddle. This horse's form is not all that bad, but this is a step up in class. But you got to respect the action that Lunar Module is taking here in race number 8 as he makes his Keeneland debut. There's the number 6 horse. I thought he made a nice appearance. That is Downtown Charlie Brown. He's a 5-year-old gelding who's a 9-time winner, proven winner coming out of Grade 3 company last time out in the Tom Full Handicap. He was part of the pace that day at odds of 9-1. He looks good out there. He's a New York bred making his Keeneland debut as well. He's got some speed to him. The more that I look at this race, the tougher and tougher it appears to me here in this 8th event. And then finally, the number 5 horse, Pure Panic, who is 9-2. We talked about this gray horse on the Paddock side, but he is the clocker pick. The clockers here at Keeneland liking the way that he's been training here recently at Keeneland Racecourse with that good workout last time on the 7th of April. Looking down at his workout tab, 49-2, but he figures in here. Very consistent type in a very difficult race. 2-1 on the 3 horse. That is Mac Daddy 2 for Norm Cassie and Resilient 6 Stables. Less than 2 minutes to post before this start of the late double.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th race. Moving into line, race 8. Mac Daddy 2 comes forward. Chambers Bay moves into line. Solidify goes in. Voodoo Zip. Gunner Bay will be the last one. Gunner Bay comes forward. Goes in. They're at the post. And they're off. Downtown Charlie Brown broke alertly and comes out for the early lead. Mac Daddy 2 is right there, though, and is a step quicker and moves up. Mac Daddy 2 tries to slide down to the inside, tries to get in front here by a head, but is still joined on the front end by Downtown Charlie Brown. Lunar Module goes third back toward the inside. Pure Panic alongside that one is in fourth. Voodoo Zip is in fifth. Gunner Bay, far outside, is sixth. Chambers Bay is in seventh position, running 7 lengths off the lead as they enter the far turn. Navy Soul next to last. Solidify is last of the 9. 22.44 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. Downtown Charlie Brown is the leader. On top, a length and a half. Pure Panic second by, ahead to the outside. Mac Daddy 2 back toward the inside is third by 2 lengths. Then Lunar Module, who's fourth, tries to pick it up from there. Just over a quarter mile to go. Top of the stretch. And it is Downtown Charlie Brown, the leader by 3 to Pure Panic, who's second on the outside. And still, Mac Daddy 2 is back toward the inside in third, still 3 lengths away. Lunar Module to the outside. Gunner Bay, center of the track. They're all chasing after Downtown Charlie Brown, who's got the lead. Pure Panic is still in second position. Lunar Module third. Here's Pure Panic coming forward. Pure Panic to put a head in front and deep stretch. Pure Panic, Tyler Gaffalione aboard. Pure Panic to win it. It'll be close for second. It'll either be Lunar Module or Downtown Charlie Brown for that runner-up spot.
He is just as steady as the day is long. Pure Panic, never out of it in this race. He never appears to be out of it when he's racing, even coming into today, and that's going to put his career earnings well over $300,000. The Gray Sun of Summer Front has picked up his 6th lifetime victory. The 6th trying to open up on him. He's going to start to get tired, and he may have just been nailed on the wire for second. But the Gray Sun of Summer Front getting the victory under Tyler Gaffalione and Eric Foster at odds of 3-1 in the 8th here at Keeneland.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race. Number 5, Pure Panic, finished first. The 2, Lunar Module, was second. The 6, Downtown Charlie Brown, third. And the 9, Gunner Bay, fourth. 5-2-6-9, unofficial. Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's 8th race, number 5, Pure Panic. Owned by Foster Family Racing of Brooklyn Foster. Owned also by Douglas Miller, William Wargel, R.K. Eckrich Racing, LLC of Rebecca Eckrich. Trained by Eric Foster, Tyler Gaffalione, the winning jockey for his second win on the card. Pure Panic, 5-year-old gelded son of Summerfront out of Shock the World by Hanson, bred in Kentucky by Kendall Hanson, M.D. Racing, LLC. 1 minute 24.1 for the 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Results official for Keeneland's 8th race, 5-2-6-9, the official results. Keeneland's 9th and featured and final race upcoming. There is a carryover of $9,927 for the Toyota Super High 5. Turf is firm, the rail at 20 feet. Scratch the 2, Calicanthus. Scratch number 3, English Challenge. Also scratch the 10, King Curlin. And scratch the 12, Kerouac.
Race number 9, our featured event and our final race on this Sunday afternoon. Don't forget about the Toyota Super High 5 carryover, over $9,900 here for the nightcap. And the number 7 horse, Foreign Relations, is currently sitting at 2-1, just the slight second choice behind the number 1 horse, who we'll talk about in a moment. But Foreign Relations, this 6-year-old son of Cara Conti, is plenty fit. That's according to Connor Murphy, listening to a conversation he had earlier today as he was sending out a previous runner here on this race card. And he hasn't raced in over 6 months, last seen here last fall, setting the pace and ultimately being caught right on the wire by 911 Turbo, a horse that was coming in from Southern California and found success in that race. But this horse is very consistent at this distance. He actually would have been a winner here at Keeneland Racecourse if he hadn't been disqualified back in April of last year, but he was ultimately DQ'd there and placed 10th on the 19th of April. Out of that race, he was able to pick up a Grade 3 win at Churchill Downs going 1.5 miles, and then he did face off against some tough company, even in the United Nations. You look at that Grade 1, one of the key Grade 1s during the summer months on the East Coast, he was only beaten 3 lengths in the Grade 1 United Nations. They tried him at Kentucky Downs, not quite as effective, but he bounced back with that race at Keeneland. If he's as ready to go as Connor Murphy has said, Foreign Relations is a serious contender, and obviously the tote board reflects that at odds of 5-2 here this afternoon. The number 1 horse, Ohana Honor for Shug McGahee, a colt by Honor Code, who also comes out of some good races. He got a race under his belt coming off of a bit of a break between races at the very least. He was seen on the 23rd of December running in the Tropical Park Derby, finished 5th that day, and then they had a synthetic run with him in his most recent start at the beginning of March, about a month and 12 days ago. But bottom line is, he's a colt that I think will progress with this 1.5-mile distance. The way that he's very steady in his races at shorter distances, 1.5 miles is well within his reach here this afternoon. And going back to his Belmont at Aqueduct run in October of last year, he was second behind Northern Invader, a really nice horse that we saw obviously compete back in 2023. So good competition. I think the distance moves him forward here today. Ohana Honor, the 2-1 favorite for the time being here in the 9th and featured event. And then the number 8 horse, that is Boyce for Mike Maker. We talked about this horse this morning on Today at Keeneland. He'll be stretching out further in distance than what we've seen him race at here in the United States. When he was overseas in France, he was going 1.25 miles. So an older horse for Mike Maker that is going to be asked to go long. So often we see Mike do such good work with horses in situations like this at ages like this. So Boyce, a horse that comes out of a mile run, watch out for him. And talking about competition as we did with the 1 horse Ohana Honor, Boyce 2 starts ago in that synthetic run, first of all, didn't run as well on the synthetic as he had been on turf, but he was beaten by a horse by the name of Fly the W, who was just a win machine down at Gulfstream Park on the synthetic down there. So don't worry about that race 2 starts back, and also he bounced back with a good effort going 1 mile longer distance. Should be better here today for Boyce and trainer Mike Maker.
Number 4, High Tide, sent out by trainer Rob Atras, just looks like a horse that's really improving at the right time. Last time out, he ran over Yielding Going at the fairgrounds. That was against slightly easier company, Starter Allowance Group, but he dominated that field to win by over 4 lengths, closing well from off the pace. Kind of just looks like a horse that would benefit from getting added distance. He's a horse that has some of that back form. He used to run figures into the low 90s, and now it looks like he's rounding back into that form at the age of 7. Rob Atras, really good stats with winners last out and coming back and repeating. So it's the 4 High Tide for me on top.
Gabby, 7-1 on the board right now. High Tide for Rob Atras and M&A Racing with Florent Giroux about to get a leg up here in the next couple of moments. It is the 9th and featured event at Keeneland Racecourse. Once again, a reminder of that Toyota Super High 5 carryover from yesterday. Over $9,000 carrying. In fact, $9,927 the carryover in the Toyota Super High 5, which that wager is available here in the nightcap. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 9th and featured race, the Stonehaven Steadings, an allowance for 4-year-olds and up, at 1.5 miles on the firm turf, the rail at 20 feet. Carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, $9,927. Scratch the 2, Calicanthus. Scratch number 3, English Challenge. Also scratch the 10, King Curlin. And scratch the 12, Kerouac. Post time in 7 minutes.
There's the Chestnut Son of Caraconte, Foreign Relations for 00 Racing, currently now the 2-1 favorite for Connor Murphy, as they do take the blinkers off here today. That's one of the changes being made with this now 6-year-old gelding. He only wore them in his last 2 starts, and his success came without blinkers. His wins came without blinkers prior to that. So not surprised, nor is it alarming that they've decided to take the blinkers off here today. 2-1, a good price. You're getting that good price because of Ohana, Honor down on the inside, and some of these others, including Boyce, the 8. But you cannot ignore his consistency and his ability here today with Tyler Gaffleone. Boyce, the number 8 horse, looking at him, he looks like a 1.5 mile type horse. He's not overly big. He looks like a European bred type of runner, and obviously that's the pedigree that we're dealing with here by Sayuni out of a Kendor First Dam, bred in Ireland with the French pedigree on top and bottom. But he just looks like he's going to handle this marathon distance. He's 3-1 on the board right now. But the expectations are there from an 8-1 line down to 3-1. This is where he should be as far as the wagering is concerned here this afternoon. And then finally, for a long shot look, he's got swagger. The more that I look at this gelding, he might be able to pull something off here. Now, Brian Hernandez Jr., he's obviously got a decision to make with this outside post position because this race does start on the backstretch. It's a 3-turn event. So is he going to try to get position early on, or is he going to take back and then take off the pace maybe further than what they really want to do in here? But it's not an overly big field. But with that being said, you still have 9 contenders in here, so 8 to his inside. So it'll be interesting really to watch Brian Hernandez and the decision that he's going to make with He's Got Swagger. And he won 1.5 miles in his most recent race, albeit 6 months ago, and stayed on. He just absolutely stayed on in that dirt race at Churchill Downs, and I think that he's got the ability to be better on turf. But in that 1.5 mile race, it came down to a stamina test, and he is a horse suited for the 1.5 mile distance. He's 8-1 right now. Brian Hernandez Jr., Kenny McPeak, such a strong team here at Keeneland, and we saw it during the final week that they spent together down at Oaklawn Park as they closed out their season down there with racing continuing on. But they really had a strong week during Arkansas Derby week together. Very good race coming up. Less than 3 minutes before race number 9. Don't forget about that Toyota Supra High 5 and the carryover over $9,900 available here in the nightcap and featured event.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 9th and featured and final race, the Stonehaven Steadings. Moving into line, 9th race. Boyce moves into line. Now Wind Twist. Here's Regal Kingdom. First Strike moves in. He's Got Swagger, the last one. Coming forward now. Goes in. They're at the post. And they're off. Ohana Honor comes out for the lead. Boyce is there in the opening strides. Foreign Relations in between that pair. Ohana Honor is the early leader, though, and leads it by 3/4 of a length heading onto the far turn, and is joined by Foreign Relations in second. He's Got Swagger far outside. Will be wide around the turn from that outside starting spot in the 3rd position. And then Wind Twist is 4th. Boyce settles back against the rail. Boyce will be right toward the center of the pack in the 5th position. Regal Kingdom is in 6th spot, and then First Strike is in 7th, and High Tide toward the outside is 8th and last as they move to the top of the lane with just over a circuit to go. And it is Ohana Honor with a narrow lead. Foreign Relations is there just off the leader's flank, that opening quarter on the board in 25.15 seconds. Ohana Honor is the leader. Now, Wind Twist sneaks up the rail right behind the leader, and still you've got Foreign Relations there to the outside of both as they move under the line and head back toward the second of 3 turns. He's got swagger, has managed to shift lanes to the inside before this second turn, so should save some ground there, followed by Boyce, who has switched lanes to the outside after an opening half mile in 50.63 seconds. Boyce and he's got swagger, both running about 6 lengths off the lead. High Tide moves up 2 positions from last into the 6th spot. Regal Kingdom is now in 7th, and First Strike is last of the 8. They head off the turn and up the backstretch once again, and it is Ohana Honor the leader. Ohana Honor leads it by a length. Foreign Relations second by 3/4 of a length. Wind Twist is there to the inside in third, a length and a half. Boyce, midpoint of the backstretch, is fourth, still running nearly 5 lengths off the lead. He's got swagger, is fifth toward his inside. High Tide, and then Regal Kingdom and First Strike, who is at the back 8 lengths from the lead as the field works its way off the end of the backstretch. Ohana Honor is the leader onto the final turn. Ohana Honor leads it by a length. Foreign Relations still there, but still second. Here's Boyce, and then High Tide, who swings up wide from 5th. You still got Wind Twist there to the inside, who is still in the 4th position, but still 4 lengths off the lead. Ohana Honor is the leader, and Foreign Relations second. 1/4 mile to go. They turn for home. Ohana Honor leads it. Foreign Relations still trying, still there, but still second. And then Boyce in third, Wind Twist in 4th. He's got swagger is 5th. It is still Ohana Honor in front and leads it by 2.5 lengths now. Back to Foreign Relations. Ohana Honor and Flavian Pratt. Ohana Honor drawing away down the stretch to win it. Foreign Relations will be across the line in second. He's got swagger, is running late from the outside. He's got swagger, did get up in time to grab third on the line, away from Wind Twist in 4th.
Turned into a sprint for home for the last 1/4 mile, and after these horses all really relaxed and he had that early position, he's able to kick on, and they all ran well, including the 7 horse. He was just out sprinted by Ohana Honor, who had that position out in front of him, and this long distance test, he passes it gloriously here today. Ohana Honor for West Point Thoroughbreds and Woodford Racing. 1-7, looks like the 11 for third, but no getting to Ohana Honor, the Keeneland September sale grad from 2021.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 9th race: number 1, Ohana Honor, was first. Number 7, Foreign Relations, second. Number 11, He's Got Swagger, was third. Number 5, Wind Twist, was fourth. Number 8, Boyce, was fifth. 1-7-11-5-8 unofficial. Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's 9th and featured race, the Stonehaven Steadings, number 1, Ohana Honor. owned by West Point Thoroughbreds LLC of Terry Finley, owned by Woodford Racing LLC of William S. Ferris Jr., and owned also by Edward Hudson Jr. The trainer, Shug McGahee, 2 wins today for jockey Flavian Pratt. Ohana Honor is a 4-year-old son of Honor Code out of Spacey Tracy by Awesome Again. The winner bred in Kentucky by Daniel J. Burke. Keeneland September graduate Ohana Honor gets the 12 furlongs over the turf listed firm in 2 minutes 29.11 seconds. In the winner's circle, the trophy presentation for the featured Stonehaven steadings to the connections of Ohana Honor. Race 9, results official. 1-7-11-5-8. The official results for Keeneland's 9th race. At Keeneland, the pick 6 pays on 6 of 6 with a consolation 5 of 6. Late pick 5 on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. No carryovers for Wednesday's card when live racing resumes Wednesday, 1 p.m. Eastern Time. This reminder, the second floor grandstand, including the sports bar and the mezzanine bar, will remain open for simulcasting for another 30 minutes. You may advance wager any races occurring after that time. We thank you for being with us for Heroes Day at Keeneland. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.
situation's terrible, but baby, you're adorable. Handle me with care. I'm so tired of being lonely. I still have some love to give. Won't you show me that you really care? Everybody's got somebody to lean on. Put your body next to mine and dream on. I've been bobbed up and I've been fooled. I've been robbed and ridiculed in daycare centers and night schools. Handle me with care. Been stuck in airports, terrorized, sent to meetings, hypnotized, overexposed, commercialized. Handle me with care. I'm so tired of being lonely. I still have some love to give. Won't you show me that you really care? Everybody got somebody